This is the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education. It's now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members present except for Trustee Tamayo. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4, 1 absent. Oral communication on closed session items. Oral communications for section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on closed session items only. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. We have no speakers. Administrative action items. Approve the new job description of Assistant Superintendent of Achievement, Instructional Design, and Instruction Services and Support on the 223 workday cabinet salary schedule. Any board comments or questions?
Does this require an action? This is an action
This is
item?
an action
So
item.
this is an approval?
Yes.
So motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4, 1 absent. We will now adjourn to closed session in accordance with the following. Government Code Section 3549.1D and 54957.6, Collective Bargaining, Employee Negotiations, Agency Negotiators, Fagan, Friedman, and Fullfrost, LLP, and Adams, Silva, and McNally, LLP, Employee Organizations, Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Chula Vista Educators, Non-Represented Employees, Administrators Association of Chula Vista. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2, Ella B. Allen. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Assistant Superintendent of Achievement, Instructional Design and Instruction Services and Support. Student Expulsion, Case 2024-01, Education Code Sections 48916 to 48918. Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation in the Office of Administrative Hearings, Case Number 2024030399. And Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Superintendent. Reconvene to open session with all board members present except for Trustee Tamayo. Closed session announcements will be made by the clerk, or by Vice President Fernandez, sorry.
That's fine. All right. Government Code Section 54956.91, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation in Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 2024-030399. On the motion by Member Dominguez Cervantes, second by Member Fernandez, the board approved the settlement agreement by the following votes. The ayes are Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Bishop, Fernandez, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. On motion of Member Bishop, seconded by Member Fernandez, the board took the action to approve the notice of recommendation for dismissal of employment and statement of charges concerning employee number 2010624897 by the following votes. The ayes are Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Principal 2 Ella B. Allen Elementary. On motion by Member Bishop, second by Member Fernandez, the board approved the employment of Lisette Lopez as Principal 2 Ella B. Allen School by the following votes. The ayes are Bishop, Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, absent Tamayo. Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Appointment Title, Assistant Superintendent of Achievement, Instructional Design, and Instruction Services and Support. On motion by Member Fernandez, second by Member Dominguez Cervantes, the board approved the employment of Rochelle Carroll as Assistant Superintendent of Achievement. All right, I got to read the votes, guys. The ayes are Fernandez, Dominguez Cervantes, Ugarte, Bishop, and absent Tamayo. That's all. She's going to do a separate
Thank
one.
you, Vice President Fernandez. We have a vote in open session. Item student expulsion 2024-01, Ed Code Section 48916-48918. This is an action item. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. The open session of the regular meeting of the Chula Vista Elementary School District Board of Education is now in order. Welcome, everyone. All members are present except for Clerk Tamayo. If our newly elected, voted in Assistant Superintendent will lead us in the pledge, please.
Is that you? I don't know.
Thank you. We will now approve the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. I would like to ask at this time, I know we just approved the agenda, but one of our newly elected employees does have to leave, so can we ask that Mr. Romero present our new principal and then we can carry on?
Of course, Madam Chair.
And Rochelle. Yes. Of course.
Governing Board President Ugarte, Vice President Mr. Fernandez, our Governing Board and Superintendent Dr. Reyes, and our CVSD community. It's with pleasure today that I introduce two of our newest administrators to the Chula Vista Elementary School District. I would like to call up Ms. Lisette Lopez. Congratulations, Lisette. Lisette does come from us with a lot of experience, from assistant principal to her current role serving as a principal and in a very small school district. You serve many roles, so wear many hats. Congratulations and welcome to Chula Vista.
Well, again, I'd just like to say thank you to the board members and to Cabin and of course to our superintendent and to the community. I'm so eager to meet all of you, get to experience the journey with you. Making a difference in kids' lives is what we are hungry to do, and so I can't wait to do that work with you. It's a pleasure to be here, truly honored and truly humbled. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Welcome.
I'd like to call up our newest assistant superintendent to the school district, Ms. Rochelle Carroll.
I can't even begin to thank you enough for the honor and the opportunity. It has been my privilege to serve this district for a while, and getting to work with the incredible people here on my team here, my team out there, and working with principals and teachers in the community. It really is a gift, and so I thank you for entrusting me to help lead this work, and I promise to continue to give you my all. So thank you.
Thank you and welcome. All right, continuing our agenda. Special recognitions, awards, and honors. Recognition of the Chula Vista Elementary School District by the California School Public Relations Association. Dr. Reyes.
So it is with great pleasure that I want to recognize the whole communications department led by our communications director, Giovanna Castro. They continue to win awards over and over and over. And today they are getting awards again for their talent, for their how they create, innovate, and distribute all the different activities that we do here at Chula Vista Elementary School District. Mr. Chavez, don't go anywhere. So we also have two different awards. So this award was for the first one was for the communications department. The other two are, the recipient is Aaron Chavez, who I'm going to tell you, I was when I first came here, I was just amazed, blown away by how talented Mr. Chavez is. He is incredibly talented. I thought honestly that we paid somebody from the outside to do all the work, and no, it's actually internal. He's amazing. You are an artist. You are I don't even have the words to describe how incredibly talented you are and how much you give to our district. So one of the awards is for the California Gold Award for the sound station rebranding. If you know, if you look at the sound station, it is completely rebranded. It is amazing. It is incredible, and so much that he was awarded for that. And just so you know, for those that may not know, if you look at our logo back here, not logo, but I mean our theme for this year and last year and the year before that and every single year, his creation.
Board comments or questions?
No, just a statement. It just really, we're really fortunate to have such talent here. And it comes and it reveals itself in different ways, and it's so nice to have it recognized more formally. Thank you very much for your work. I know the children and we are all benefiting from it. Thank you.
When I first started in the district in 2020, there was a very different approach to communication. And it felt a little bit like from another time. And that's not to throw shade or anything. It's just, it's what we had been doing for a long time. And it has been absolutely delightful to see these massive changes in the way that we communicate with our community. And it is not surprising to me, but it is gratifying to me to see our communications team get these awards again and again, because the work that you have been doing has really revolutionized the way that we communicate with our people. And it's great to have such talent at our fingertips and on our team. I really give as much praise as possible to our communications, our whole team. But Aaron, thank you so much for making us look good. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I want to thank Giovanna and the team for completely rebooting how we do communications here at CVESD. From our community events to social media, we are inviting families to send their children to our schools. We're showing them what goes on in our schools and all the wonderful things that we do, and that is you and your team and the hard work. For Aaron, amazing accomplishment. That group, what is the group called again? I'm sorry?
The CalSPRA. They give out many awards, many awards. And when I took a look at all of them, this is the only award given in the South Bay. Caveat, that is if you consider Coronado in the South Bay. But, Aaron, you got us the only award here in the South Bay, and that's special. We're super proud of the work you've done. And thank you for being a part of this district. When it comes to communications, I am like a little kid when I go on social media, when I look at our logos and our designs, because every time I see it, I'm like, oh my God, that's CVSD. It's wonderful. Like, we look amazing. Even though we are amazing, you take that penny and you shine it up, and you do an incredible job in a way that I didn't know before. And so these are well-deserved, and thank you for doing what you do for our district, because you make us look better than we are, and even though we're really, really good. So thank you.
For the first time in my life, it's fun to be stuck behind a bus.
All right. Another recognition of Corky McMillan Elementary School for designation as a Purple Star School, Miss Rochelle Carroll.
Thank you, President Ugarte, trustees, and Dr. Reyes. The California Purple Star School Designation Program, Purple Star Program, seeks to reduce the burden on military-connected students and their families by publicly designating schools that meet certain requirements and articulating the most critical transition supports. The program signals which schools are the most committed and best equipped to meet their unique needs. McMillan School has received this designation for their services and program designed specifically to address the needs of military families by welcoming and acclimating new military-connected students, providing educational supports, providing social-emotional support, and providing professional development to staff. The district is recognizing Corky McMillan Elementary School for its designation as a Purple Star school. So on behalf of the Board of Education, our president will be presenting a certificate of recognition to Corky McMillan Elementary School, and Dr. Savannah Sturgis is here to accept this award on behalf of the team.
Board comments.
Dr. Sturgis, I want to especially call you out and your staff and your students. Dr. Reyes, Mr. Romero, although they called him Dr. Romero there that day, Mr. Mora and I attended the award ceremony on Monday. And as we were walking away, I was sharing with Dr. Reyes, just the environment was something I couldn't really wrap myself around. But you know, when the band was playing, I mean, they were all out. You guys missed, if you were not there, you missed a great time. The band invited the kids to come out and dance. You know, as a norm, kids they're shy and they start getting a little, oh no, look how, no. All the kids got up to dance, and they're doing like little ballroom dancing kind of stuff there too. And it was just amazing. It really showed that your approach to, I looked up to your website to see how does she come across with her mission? And I think it really captured it. It really is about helping them all build up their confidence and being friends, like the true meaning of friends. Just now, one of the kids says, no, he should carry it. There's obviously an internal reason why, but they felt very supportive of each other. And that really came across so clearly, and it was very moving. But it's just a short excerpt that you have on your website. It says, students, parents, and teachers work collaboratively to ensure all students, including English language learners, students with disabilities, and designated target groups, understand where they are going next, show measurable growth on the learning progression, which is based on CCSS. You have some other magic that you're not sharing. But thank you very much. The teacher, okay, it always comes down to the teachers. You guys do an amazing job, and it translated to have, 700 children come out? Was that how many? About 700 children come out, all holding their little chairs to sit down and picked up, come out, and everybody was supportive of each other, and you really were exemplified inclusiveness. Thank you very much. Our children, especially, you have one of the commanders that was there. What did he say? In the last 5 years, he understood. They've moved 4 times. That's picking up the kids, leaving their friends, going to another school, trying to make more friends. Wow. Thank you for what you're doing. The parents of the children are so blessed to have you there to take care of their children and to teach them. Thank you.
It's not easy to be in a family of somebody that's serving our country. And it's so important that we serve those families the way that their members of their family serve our country. And I really appreciate the fact that that you are able to wrap them in a virtual hug and make them feel welcome. Because I see the faces of these kiddos and they feel welcome together. Thank you for the work you're doing and the service that you are doing so that their family members can serve us all.
Yeah, I think you said it best. For those of us who did not grow up in a military family, this support is a blind spot for us. And so, whether it's your mother or father or both that are in the military and they have to leave for some time, I'm glad that somebody sees you and is supporting you and that you are successful because of that. And so thank you for the work that you're doing over at McMillan, principal and teachers. Thank you so much.
What a better way to honor our families and our students, and great work by our teachers and our principal. It sounds like I missed a good party, and I'm sad that I did. But again, thank you so much for everything that you're doing at the school. And students, thank you for coming out. You did a great job up here. You know exactly what to do, so we know that you're in good hands. Thank you so much. Okay. Recognition of the Greater San Diego Mathematics Council Outstanding Mathematics Educator Award, Miss Rochelle Carroll.
All right, thank you again. As you all know, Chula Vista prides itself on their principals being instructional leaders. So this recognition is especially important. The Greater San Diego Mathematics Council recognizes educators who teach math in the classroom and or support math teachers. These candidates are nominated based on their dedication to quality mathematics education by practicing or supporting exemplary teaching techniques as outlined in the California Mathematics Framework and the Common Core Standards. Muraoka Associate Principal Ashley Sarin was recognized at the Greater San Diego Mathematics Council Conference with an Outstanding Mathematics Educator Award based on her leadership in mathematics as a resource teacher when she was at Lillian J. Rice Elementary School, building capacity among teachers utilizing cognitive guided instruction. So on behalf of the Board of Education, the President will be presenting Ms. Sarin with a certificate of recognition. Ms. Sarin, want to join us?
Board comments?
Somehow you've managed to make math fun. That's how they learn. That's how we learn. One of my daughters loves math and just loves math to the point of like exercising your brain, like you exercise your body, you know, you incorporate all that fun stuff, and it's interesting. I can only imagine what your dinner table was like. My daughters, she and her sons and her husband had played games to see who could come up with an answer to something. making it fun. That sounds exactly like what your dinner table's like. Well, thank you for making it fun for the children, for the students, because you're just investing in the future, our future. Thank you very much.
Sometimes in our schools with more challenged students, what's the word I'm looking for? For our students that have more difficulties at home, it's difficult to get them to learn math, especially. And so when you have a resource teacher that helps our teachers and our students learn in a positive and successful way, there's magic in that. And so we are so proud when we get honored for these, when we get recognized for these things. But we're so grateful to have you as part of our team. And I can't quite see, hello. But we're just so grateful to have your talents and to share that work with other teachers so that they can be better teachers too. So thank you for the work that you're doing for those kids that need the extra help. And we're really proud. Thank you.
I saw this funny skit where they were interviewing for a math teacher, and the interviewee said, "But do the kids want to learn math?" And the interviewer said, No, they don't want to learn math. You have to make them do it against their will." I saw you in action, right? So one time I went to my son's class at Rice, and I walked in and I said, "Well, that's not my son's teacher. It must be a sub." But the kids were so engaged, and they were listening to you like your instructions instead of talking to each other. And then I go back and I ask, and they say, "Oh, no, that's the resource teacher." And I'm like, okay. And now I know why Principal Conkley took you over to Muruoka with her. So congratulations. This is very well deserved.
Wow, what a great role model for our students, right? Everything that my colleagues have said, absolutely 100% spot on. But when people see you teaching math and they look at, a younger female teaching math and having fun, then that might make them think about having fun with math too. And then when I saw your dad, then we know that you came from a strong role model too. So congratulations to you both, and thank you for what you do for our students. All right, more recognition. Recognition of Chula Vista Elementary School District staff. Miss Rochelle Carroll.
Okay, thank you again. So, as we know, the district has some of the most innovative, creative, and successful staff in San Diego County. For this reason, the Board of Education, Superintendent, and Administration wish to recognize outstanding service and commitment from district staff to the Chula Vista community. So this is kind of bittersweet for me to acknowledge the fact that we want to celebrate Mr. Mark Keemer tonight. Mr. Keemer was hired as the VAPA coordinator to lead the work of our arts and music programs across the district. His leadership has played an integral part in the district's commitment to providing all students a high-quality, well-rounded arts education. He's never wavered in his mission to be a champion for VAPA in the Chula Vista Elementary School District. So, as excited as we are to celebrate him, and we're also needing to celebrate the fact that he has been offered an opportunity to move to Indiana and to lead some incredible work there. So I'd like to call him up first to tell you a little bit about what it is that he's going to be doing, and then having the board recognize him for his distinguished leadership and dedication to VAPA education for all the students and staff and families of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Okay, so Mr. Keemer, come on up.
Hello. I am going to be heading out to Indiana to Butler University to be taking on the new role of Program Director for the Butler Community Art School. Butler, we are committed to providing high-quality arts education just like we are here in Chula Vista. And working at the university setting, we'll have teaching artists, and we'll get to continue to build out arts programming and arts education for the students of Indianapolis and beyond.
No.
Board comments?
Yesterday, I attended the DLAC meeting, and Mark had an amazing exercise. His incredible energy, your ability to engage the audience, not children, but to do it to adults, that's hard, okay? And your ability to connect, and I learned so much in that little short presentation about connecting music with reading. And he gave us this exercise where it was llama llama what?
It's like pajama.
Llama llama llama. And reading it really slow. Well, first it was really like upbeat. Well, you don't want to read that one to your daughter, your student in the evening as you're trying to get him to sleep. And so you had this upbeat music. And then the other, and seeing the whole while, the students learning how to read and how, reading the words and singing. And then the next beat was really slow mode to like, okay, we're going to go to sleep here, but more of a poetry type thing. Your distinguished dedication to that ability to connect the reading skills with music, and that's where the kids all are. I know my grandkids are like, but aren't you studying? Yeah, the music's on, right? So you help me understand them better too. Thank you very much. Your big shoes to fill behind you, and your work's incredible, and I'm still hoping we can squeeze a little bit more out of you before you leave. And
We will, I
okay,
promise.
Thank you. Thank you. To share that with the parents so the parents can support teachers in that reading. I don't know, just, you do have like 48 hours in a day like the rest of the cabinet, I'm sure. Thank you.
Yeah. You and I know how much BAPA means to me. We are both artists. In fact, for those of you who don't know, he and I just served on a arts grant committee together, and I found out the next day that he was leaving, and I was so mad that he didn't tell me that that was going to be the last time we were going to be able to work together directly. You've done so much for our kids, just in the short amount of time that you've been here. It has been such a huge impact on all of our students and our adults. Art has the power to change lives in real ways, and you have had a lasting impact on the kids and the teachers here, the VAPA teachers, and frankly me. I have been very moved regularly by all of the amazing things you've done with our kids. You've brought out the best in our children through music, through art. And your guidance has been it's been strong but loving in such a way that people want to follow you. And I have so much respect and love for you, and I'm so sad to see you go. Of course, I'm extremely jealous of Indiana, that they get to have your talents guiding them. And honestly, I'm gonna have a little moment of grief having you gone, because you've been such a huge impact on the time that I've been here, and I really appreciate you. That's all.
So many kids have benefited under your leadership here. We got our work cut out for us finding somebody to fill your shoes. If you were going to another K-12 district, I would have said not release you until we find somebody at least as good as you. But you have an amazing opportunity ahead of you, and it's exciting for you. I'm excited for you. Congratulations. Good luck in Butler.
I too, I've seen the growth since you began in this position, and a lot of the events that I've been able to attend have been events that you've been involved in because they happen after hours, after school gets out, and so I've seen the progression of you in this position. I agree, there are big shoes that are going to need to be filled, and I want, like our trustee said, I'm happy for Indiana, sad for us, but wishing you well and thanking you for everything you've done for our students and to grow our program. Congratulations. All right. Recognition of the Chula Vista Elementary School District being named a 2024 National Association of Music Merchants Best Community for Music Education. Miss Rochelle Carroll.
Okay, well, thank you again. So for 7 consecutive years, the Chula Vista Elementary School District has been recognized as a best community for music education by the National Association of Music Merchants Foundation. This prestigious designation is awarded to districts showcasing exceptional dedication to providing comprehensive music education opportunities for all students. To achieve this recognition, CVESD underwent an evaluation process that included detailed assessments of funding, music class participation, instructional time, facilities, program support, and community involvement in music initiatives. The Music Research Institute at the University of Kansas reviewed and verified our responses, affirming our commitment to fostering musical excellence among our students. The district's selection for this esteemed award underscores our ongoing commitment to providing enriching arts experiences that empower our students and strengthen our community. So on behalf of the Board of Education, President will be presenting a certificate of recognition to VAPA Coordinator Mark Keemer, who will accept on behalf of the district.
As my parting gift, I am so proud of the work that our music teachers do, and I really do view this as a VAPA award. I know it says music, but we are a team, we function as a team, and a win for one is a win for all. We are the only district in San Diego County to have received this award 7 times in a row, and so we continue to be a leader within arts education and music education. All of the schools in the front office and then all music teachers are going to be receiving a plaque of this, and it's for schools to hang in their office and music teachers to hang in their space as a reminder of their ongoing commitment and the work that we do. And there are now 3 of these in offices around the district. And so thank you for your ongoing support of music and arts education. And Chula Vista continues to be a leader, and I can't wait to see what you all continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Thank you.
I'm all out of
Mr.
tears.
We're out of tears, but again, what we said, this is a perfect example, and congratulations to everyone involved. Thank you. All right, communications to the Board of Education. Chula Vista Classified Employees Organization, Diana Lopez, Site Rep Coordinator.
Before I do anything, I just want to say congratulations to Miss Carroll. Believe it or not, my very, very first job in the district was with her back in 2001. So congratulations. Good evening, board members, President Ugarte, Dr. Reyes, and Cabinet. My name is Diana Lopez, an RBT and an executive board member for CVCEO. I am presenting tonight on behalf of President Angela Reed. She does apologize for not being here tonight, but wishes she could have. On April 15th, 1974, 50 years ago, Chula Vista classified employees organized and established the Chula Vista Classified Employee Organization, the constituent union for classified staff for the largest elementary school district in the state of California. As we kick off the second half of our first century, we are humbled, energized, and emboldened. Humbled because we are carrying on a legacy that extends through 5 decades of work to improve working conditions, employee treatment, total compensation, and employee benefits. Energized because we have recently negotiated the most significant improvements for our members in the history of the organization. Finally, we are emboldened because CVCEO has never been stronger than it is today. We are excited as we enter our Golden Jubilee and look forward to carrying on the legacy of those that came before us, continuing our never-ending pursuit of equitable and fair treatment to all classified employees of the Chula Vista Elementary School District. Finally, we wish to express our appreciation for our members. CVESD works because we do. Thank you.
Thank you. Chula Vista Educators, Ms. Rosie Martinez.
Before I begin, can I just please ask anyone who is here concerned with the displacement or transfer process to please stand. Good evening. You've all heard me share how happy CVE is with our new transfer language. Article 33 has been a point of frustration for both CVE and Human Resources for years. We knew that there may be kinks in the new process, but CVE felt confident that getting rid of speed dating for displaced teachers and having credentialing and seniority being the deciding factor for lateral movements was the best way to go for our members. We have been hearing for some time now that there would be many positions available for those displaced, since we have 133 temporary teachers whose positions are considered vacancies for next year. Of those 133 openings, we need to place about 60 impact teachers coming back to the classroom and a handful of members coming back from leaves, which I believe is about 5. Which, on a side note, leaves us wondering, then why do we have so many temporary contracts? But if my math is correct, that should leave us with about 70 vacancies. Yesterday was the day that CVE and Human Resources got together according to contract language for the displacement process. We had about 60 displaced teachers. They were provided a list last Friday of open positions for them to choose from for their top 6 choices. The list included 19 English-only positions and 20 DI positions. There were also 7 TKs, 5 VAPA, and 6 special ed openings, but those require specialized credentials, so they were not an option for our displaced teachers, or most of them. We still have 28 displaced teachers and contract language that says they need to be placed by next Friday. But where are we going to place them if we have no openings? This situation was created by an overly aggressive projections plan for next year. In it, the district has decided to close 82 classes across the district and create 161 combos. When I expressed my concern about this, I was told that many of these combos would be dissolved as more students enrolled in classes would fill up again. Then why create this unnecessary shuffling of people just to put them back in their place? According to these projections, the district is expecting to have 2,021 less students next year than are currently sitting in our classrooms. We're expecting 2,036 less students next year than our 4-year average. This while we open a new school and 10 new TK classrooms were created. This math is not making sense to me. I have heard that this is not such a big deal because everyone will have a position and settle in before the end of the school year. But that does not take into account the commitment that teachers have not only to the students sitting in their classroom, but to their community. Many have become part of that community beyond the classroom and taught for years at a site, helping to create the culture of that school. To have them ripped from it is hurtful and stressful. It is a big deal. It impacts the entire campus when we create these disruptions. This stress comes at a time when we want teachers to focus on finishing the year strong and getting their students ready for CASP. Harborside is an example where teachers who have chosen to work in a school that requires that they be part of a community. This is one of our flagship community schools. Wanting to restructure it, teachers were not only highly encouraged, but aggressively told that they needed to displace themselves rather than face administrative transfers. I encouraged them because I believed that there would be better options for them, but there are not. Those who felt that they needed to displace themselves now feel manipulated and lied to. Those who chose to stay have a strong commitment to the school, but feel uncertain about their chances of staying there. This because no communication has been provided for a plan for next year. I keep hearing about a plan. Meetings have been held with staff and community talking about new expectations and a change in language program, but no clear plan. This is not how community schools work. Teachers are expected to make student-centered decisions. We ask you to do the same. Creating these unnecessary disruptions and creating so many combos is not student-centered. CVESD will not have 2,000 less students next year. These projections are unrealistic and disruptive. Please consider how you move forward from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Administrators Association of Chula Vista, Ms. Teresa Corona.
Thank you. Good evening, President Ugarte, members of the board, and Dr. Reyes. In November 2021, district lead principals, along with input from their cohorts, were asked to share ideas on effective methods of coaching, supporting, and mentoring district administrators using Educator Effectiveness Block Grant Program funds. Through our discussion with the lead principals, the National Center for Urban School Transformations, A+ program, was suggested, and in early 2022, the board approved the partnership with the district and NCUST. NCUST support for leaders began in the 22-23 school year and has continued this school year. Our collaboration with NCUST has encompassed cohort school visits, personalized coaching sessions, and professional development centered around the research-based best practices identified by NCUST in urban schools that excel in creating excellence and equity. This coaching, support, and mentoring has proven invaluable for many of our district administrators, and many of our leaders wish for this support to be extended in the coming school year. Allow me to share a few remarks from our members regarding their experiences. Having an NCUST coach has been very helpful. I've been able to validate and enhance ideas and strategies that I am incorporating at my school site. My coach has been a valuable resource in my principalship. And my NCUST coach took the time to really listen to my experiences and validate them. He never made time feel rushed, like he had somewhere else to be, or that what I was sharing was not important. He pushed me to think of ways to address challenging situations that met both the district's goals and the needs of my school site. It was incredible support for me as a leader to have an external eye on the work we are doing at my school. My NCUST coach helped validate my decisions as an instructional leader, but also helped me positively stretch and rethink some of my leadership moves for more effective moves. Additionally, part of our work with NCUST has included professional development sessions for leaders centered around those best practices. And CVESD actually has 8, soon to be 9, America's Best Urban School awardees. This year, our professional development with NCUST included a deep dive into understanding two central practices, which is leading students to love learning and focusing on understanding and mastery. This learning has helped leaders to gain a deep understanding of the practices and to be able to identify what the practice is and what it isn't. Most recently, Dr. Joseph Johnson, executive coach and founding director of NCUST, and his team provided professional development to leaders on the significance of promoting clarity in the classroom. Promoting clarity is not only essential in classrooms with teachers and students, but it's also crucial in the roles our members undertake as school leaders. As we look toward ending this school year and beginning anew in 24-25, it is my greatest hope that our members have the clarity they need in order to serve their schools and carry out the work of the district. We need clarity in the district's instructional focus for next year, the professional development plan for teachers, staff, and leaders, clarity in testing and assessment calendars, timelines, and assessments that will be utilized next year, clarity in the bargaining agreements that we have with the units that principals interact with so that they can act in accordance to those agreements, clarity in curriculum, including what programs and instructional materials we will be utilizing to foster effective teaching and learning, and clarity in district procedures and protocols in regard to operational leadership and safety. School administrators must have clarity in what the district work is so that they can provide the clarity to their school communities that is critical in pushing schools forward. AACV seeks to continue to work in professional partnership with the district to bring this clarity to our members and to our school communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Oral communications. The oral communication section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on non-agenda items. Persons wishing to be heard may attend in person and should complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each topic to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments depending on the number of persons wishing to be heard. No board action can be taken. And we have 2 speakers this evening. First is 111436.
I'm still here. I'm still mad, but I only have 3 minutes, so I only get to talk about one thing. So let's talk about our current second graders who did not have a normal TK preschool opportunity. Let's talk about our current third graders who are kindergarteners and began their educational journey on a screen. Let's talk about our current fourth graders who learned to decode and read on a screen. And let's talk about our current fifth graders who were second graders to learn with fluency and meaning on a screen. And well, all our first kinders and TKs and toddlers, they were living an abnormal life. They saw a lot of TV and a lot of human interaction with technology, which has clearly affected their social skills and manners based on observation and behavior at school. And let's also talk about our third through fifth graders who also lost the opportunity to learn basic fundamental reading foundational skills in phonics that help build their decoding, fluency, spelling patterns, and overall vocabulary. It's scary how far behind these kids are in regards to their foundational skills. Even simple tasks such as cutting, folding paper, gluing, and following simple multi-step instructions is a real, genuine struggle for many of them. I have observed students this school year who attended the Impact Teacher program, and when they were attending 4 times a week with consistency, meaning no testing disruptions, many of us observed a difference in their participation and their confidence in the classroom. Even CBSD made a promotional video interviewing Impact teachers and highlighting the success of the program and posted it on social media. However, on March 2nd, a 3-to-1 decision was made by this board to cut all the impact teachers and reading specialists from the CBS schools for the next school year. That's a total of over 130 positions were cut that day. The worst part was not an opportunity for a public to address the board and advocate for the board to vote in favor of keeping these very much needed human resources in the schools that need it the most. Look, these are the students of larger families whose adults were not present because they were stocking shelves. They were putting online orders together, cooking our takeout orders because we couldn't eat inside restaurants, and working the long and hazardous shifts in the medical fields. They kept this country running during the pandemic. Not everyone could work from home and be with their child. It's our duty, our responsibility, to make sure that we provide their children with the educational resources they need to be supported until they can catch up or be where they need to be to succeed academically and socially. We cannot let this community, most of which happens to be on the west side of Chula Vista, down. The academic problems are still very much present 3 years later, and these students still very much need and deserve all the extra support possible. And right now, they have none for next school year. I'm sorry, but after-school lead clubs do not suffice in this situation. I urge this board to analyze data from schools that have significantly high unduplicated numbers. In many of these schools in particular, a student is only allowed to be counted as one of the categories to help the school receive additional funding. Whereas in most of these schools, many of the students actually count under more than one of the categories. Those categories are low income, English learners, foster hope, and unsheltered. Sadly, some of these are all 4 categories, but only counted as one. We need a more accurate system, and we need more resources, and we needed them yesterday to ensure a successful future. Thank you.
Thank you. Miranda Campos.
Greetings, fellow board members and Dr. Reyes. Thank you for taking time to briefly listen to my story. I also wanted to thank my colleagues and my teacher friends who are here supporting me this evening. In 2002, when I was 4, I began my journey in CVESD as a kindergarten student at Vista Square in Mrs. Belcher's class. In first grade, I had Miss Smith. In second, Miss Milton. In third, Mrs. Sorensen. In fourth, Mrs. Ware. In fifth, Mrs. Savella. In sixth grade, Mrs. Humphrey. And at home, I had the best teacher, my mother, Mrs. Campos. I mention all these teachers and their names because they all played significant roles in my life as a young student. They were patient, kind, encouraging, and believed in my abilities. These teachers instilled in me a love of learning, curiosity, and a strong work ethic. I cannot be more grateful for them for helping guide me down the path to becoming an educator. Fast forward to 19 years later, in 2021, I received my first teaching position at Olympic View. I was so happy and honored to work at a special school that was in the same community that I also lived in. I met my wonderful kindergarten team and principal and soon realized that OV was a special place because every member of that community was cherished and valued. Things were wonderful. I started building rapport with my students and their families, but I always had one thing that would consume my thoughts. At the end of each year, it was always uncertain whether I would be able to come back or whether I would even have a position within this district due to my temporary status. I would have parents excitedly and eagerly tell me, "We'll see you next year, Ms. Campos. We're hoping that you can have our son or our daughter." And I've had the opportunity to have multiple siblings. I've had people request me to have their children. And I would politely smile and I would, of course, share in their excitement. But deep down, I knew that my fate was uncertain every year. This is currently my 3rd year as a temporary teacher in the same position in kindergarten. And it seems that if I stay in this district the next year, it will be my 4th year and I will continue to be temporary. I have little job security and little protection. And I know this evening you will be spending a considerable amount of time on displaced teachers and their predicament. And their predicament is very important. But I ask you to not forget the temporary teachers as well. There are wonderful temporary teachers who love their community, care deeply for their students, teach after school classes, stay late at their classrooms to prep and plan engaging lessons, even though we know we are going to be released at the end of the year. We do this because we love our job and we're passionate about educating our future leaders. If the district wants to retain quality employees and make positive student-centered decisions, it's critical that the current process of hiring, selecting, moving teachers to Probe 1 or Probe 2 is remedied. We need to do better for our teachers and make them feel like they are valued members of one of the most important professions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Oral presentation and written reports. Mr. Romero.
Good evening. It's my pleasure today to continue with our safety updates. So this month with our monthly safety update, one of the board members last month proposed a concept about if we could get CPR training to our teachers and educators who are working with our students. I'm happy to say that we are already in the midst of providing free CPR trainings to all of our teachers and our classified staff who wish to participate. Ahmed Wiggins, our safety manager, has reached out and through Revive and Survive San Diego, we now qualify to provide free training to any staff member or actually any community member who would like to get training. So we're going to be sending out that communication and to go above and beyond that, Ahmed Wiggins himself is now becoming a trainer of trainers, so we can have those community-based trainings take place, but we'll also have them in-house through Ahmed Wiggins. So thank you for bringing that up, and we're excited to bring that to our district. The second part of our training that we're going to be providing is Stop the Bleed. Stop the Bleed is a process where if there is a person who has suffered ligament damage or anything that is causing bleeding to progress and the loss of blood, we're providing training. A new Senate bill that came out a couple of years ago requires any school that was built after the year 2022 to have a Stop the Bleeding kit. So we are now putting those into our new schools that are being built, but we also want to make sure that we retrofit our old schools as well. So Ahmed Wiggins is going to be providing trainings at those newer school sites, and then we're going to go through with a process of making sure that all of our school sites get trained by the end of 2025, so our next school year. The third thing and final thing with our safety update, and we'll continue this, is the team has really been excited about our regular district safety committee meetings. We added a certain and important new member. Our IT director, Jacob Angelo, will now be attending all our district safety committee meetings. And that concern is really to address the cybersecurity concerns that we have, but also make sure that anything that we implement, such as EJICs and all of that, has the right team supporting those programs. And finally, happy to report that we are in the middle of our EJICS training and implementation. We have schools, these 4 schools that have completed the demonstration of the program. So Harborside, Feaster, Finney, and Los Altos. And 2 schools have completed the staff training and practical application during a drill. So this is where they actually go in on their phone or device. They go through the process of creating a drill, a fake incident that happens, and go through and actually program and run through the app. So McMillan and Mueller have done that. EJICS is committed to making sure that Chula Vista is partnering. They're partnering with us to make this the safest school district in the state of California, and then across the nation. So they're actually flying their staff in on Fridays, and our next training is taking place this Friday as well. So, any questions?
Board questions?
So the CPR training, I'm so happy to hear that can I look at Mr. Romero? that you're doing that. I really appreciate you, just taking the bull by the horns and taking care of that. So as of now, we don't have any, was this rolled out? So when should we be hearing from schools that they've been trained?
We're putting the flyer out this week. The trainings right now, we're not requiring staff to do it.
Right.
So they're going to be offered on Saturdays and after school hours. There's no limit to the number of staff that we can accept at this time. If the numbers grow above 50, which is the maximum for the class sizes, then they'll talk about adding an additional date. But within the next week or two, you'll see flyers coming out to all of our school sites.
All right. And the Stop the Bleed. So I'm glad to hear that that the schools built prior to 2022 are also going to be retrofitted to have that support there in the training. And the AJEX training, was it training or that they've been already implemented? Could you take it
Great.
back
So
to
the
screen?
training has taken place at the 4 schools, Harborside, Feaster Finney, and Los Altos. McMillan and Mueller, it's implemented and the staff have completed the training. So those schools are actually able to fully access that. If incidents are occurring, we get notifications. So they are in user mode right now.
Would it be possible to invite us to one of the drill sessions so we can see firsthand what it looks like?
It would be my pleasure. We definitely wanted to bring the board and EJICS in to have we're looking at like a safety forum, which would take place over the summer. There's a lot that we have with our SOBO group and the reports that they've done, the EJICS and what they've done. So we think it's probably longer than like a half-hour board presentation. And some of the safety recommendations, of course, need to be confidential. So I'm going to work with the superintendent and see if there's a time.
Well, I was hoping for is to actually go to one of the schools
Without a
when
doubt.
you do the drill.
Yeah, so that and this.
All
So,
right.
yeah, both.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your focus on safety.
Thank you.
Thank you, as always, for your presentation. I appreciate it. So we have 6 schools kind of in process for AJICS. Do we have a timeline for what the next cohort of schools to?
Yes, so we do. We want to make sure that it's by the start of the school year will be fully implemented. Part of it is we've had a little bit, I don't want to say a hiccup, but we've had a little bit of opportunities to partner with our Chula Vista Police Department that maybe took a little longer than we were hoping. And so I'll leave my comment at that. That kind of slowed down the process, and then we got into the testing timeline with our schools. So we've really been kind of reaching out to the principals and wanting to make sure that the times we propose align with them. But so when testing's done, we're going to be doing this 4 days a week at our school sites, and with the hope of getting everyone done by the start of the school year.
Thank you for that. So I love the fact that the CPR is going to be available, the training going to be, it said for the community as well.
Community as well.
That's fantastic. How are we communicating with the community to offer that? Like, what's the process there?
So we talked about doing Peach Jar, and we want to see oftentimes our parent groups have a big voice also with their community.
Absolutely, they do.
So we'll be working with our communications department. We want to make sure that it's manageable. And so we talked about maybe if we do it in groups of school communities. So maybe neighboring schools, like for example, like Thurgood Marshall and Liberty and Eastleigh, those schools are kind of close together. We'll have a session for those teachers in that community, and then breaking up the school district in communities and rolling it out that way. As we come up with a plan, we'll present it to our safety committee and get their recommendation, and then do that. So want to make sure that everyone is aware that this is completely free. We qualified through this San Diego. Med Wiggins has a lot of connections with that, and so they were excited, and they said, we also want to train your community. So they
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you for that, and keep us updated about what the rollout is in terms of the communication. So I just because you mentioned it, do we have a timeline for the Sobel, the magic list that we got from the
Yeah.
Sobel group?
Yeah, we are.
What are we looking at?
We are done with that. We have all the reports in hand. Each report, I would say, averages from 75 to 200 pages.
Sure.
What we've done right now and what we are working with in our safety team is taking the 50 schools, district office being a site as well, and then coming up with district recommendations to go site-wide. So I'll just throw it out there. One of the things that the SOBO group is talking about is fences, right? Having the same type of fence, the safe fences around every school in the district, you know. So little things like that, like the lock boxes and things that are district-wide priorities, is what we're doing with right now. We're hoping by the next board meeting to have a presentation in closed session for you.
Okay, great.
With
So we have like a
David Sobel himself will be presenting.
great.
the
And so that will be like in triage order
Yes.
and what we can afford to do.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I was also going to ask for a summary of those recommendations as well as the associated costs, so we could help prioritize as a district what we want to work on first.
Yeah.
But thank you for the presentation. Yes?
Thank you. I'm glad to see that we're taking the cybersecurity, getting that taken care of, having Jacob included in those meetings. And I just want to make sure, and I'll ask for this again in my reports, that we get the information with regard to how we are approaching our student safety with regard to online usage. And I can look up policies, I can do all that, but just how we plan to implement that as we go into the new school year. But otherwise, thank you again for such a brief and informative report.
I try. There is one thing, if you guys notice, there's a basketball on there. And while no one brought it up, as I was trying to look at the basketball and give you guys hints, I did want to share, Dr. Reyes, if you allow me 2 minutes. We had an impact teacher come last year with her female basketball team, her girls basketball team, and they were competing in the co-ed division because there wasn't any girls basketball program. So the district is committed. The hard work that Heather Cruz has done over the years of establishing this as a basal for our district, and now with the hard work of our ELOP Director Omar and our new sports coordinator Janet Elazar, I'm happy to report that we have 6 girls basketball teams that they're competing. I'd like to thank the Sweetwater School District, Janet Elazar, and who is partnering with Sweetwater School District, who is allowing our games to be played at our high school gymnasiums. And we have announcers, and it was great. Last Wednesday, I got a chance to head over to Bonita and watch 2 basketball games with our girls divisions. And it was super exciting, very competitive. The families were really engaged, but to see these kids like competing on a high school court just brought a smile and a couple tears to my eyes, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm gonna share some pictures on my weekly update with you guys, but just wanna thank the board and this district's commitment and our ELOP program, and Heather Cruz for the hard work she's done over the years, Janet Elazar, who's diving into it right now, and the board for really prioritizing youth athletics. Thank you.
Thank you. Consent calendar. The following items listed under the consent calendar are considered by the board in one action. There will be no discussion on these items prior to the time the board votes on the motion unless members of the board, staff, or public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the calendar. Board members, do you have any items to pull from consent?
Yes.
Yes.
J, P, and T.
J, P, and T. I have P, and I believe staff was pulling C. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
I'm so used to going first.
I had to jump in front of you this time. I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's all good. It's all good. B, C, subsections CA and B together. CJ, CK, CP, that's all under subsections for C. D, F, and H together. Let's see. Excuse me, let me take F and H erase, please.
Mo-
CP,
Hold on.
Wait.
consultants.
Okay.
Do you want me
hold-
to repeat it?
Can you
So-
just go through C real quick? The
Yeah,
C
so
subsections?
Please repeat C, because I thought you had moved on to D.
No.
Yeah, we were
And
kind of
so-
confused.
So
Okay.
C,
Uh-huh.
and then subsections of C are C, A, and B,
Uh-huh.
CJ,
Uh-huh.
CK,
Uh-huh.
CP,
Uh-huh.
That's it.
he wishes. It'll be fast. 12D,
12, or is that?
Okay, so C, we're done
we're
with
done.
C.
We're done with C.
Okay, so
Now
you're
we're going to
pulling
12D.
Uh-huh.
And these are all together expressed in one statement, what I'm about to call out. CJ, 12J, 12K, 12L, all in one statement.
Okay.
12N, 12P that I believe Caesar pulled
Previously
too.
pulled.
12AA.
AA? Oh gosh, okay, here we go.
Yes.
AA. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would, I'm sorry, it's gonna be a long one. I wanted to pull E, F, G, H, I,
Hold on, E, F, G, H, I.
right. N, I believe P has been pulled, R, and, Dr. Reyes, am I pulling X? Did you get my note? Did you have an answer to the?
I don't have an answer.
Okay, then X.
I think we're pulling all of them. Which ones aren't pulled?
Hold on. Okay, so
feel
I'm
like
gonna
Y
go
and Z are
now. I'm gonna try to go in alphabetical order to and incorporate. Just let me cross these out here. T. Okay. As I read this, please double check your. Okay. So we are pulling items, and this is all under 12. Letter B. Letter C. Subsections A, B, J, K, and P. Letter D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, and L is 1. N, P, R, T, X, and AA.
I just have a clarification. For the C subsections, was it C, A, and B? Or was that, are the A and B subsections of C, or is it A, B, and C? Because it was read just now as C subsections A, B, and C. But when you said it the first time, it sounded like you said subsection C, and then sub to that was A and B.
The way that President Ugarte read it was correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any way we can do P first?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we have guests here
yes.
that are
Yes.
waiting on behalf
P
of
first.
P.
Are there any other?
I need a motion, though.
move
Motion.
to approve.
Second.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Trustee Delia, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. We'll move P to the front. And this is adopt a resolution for a call to action regarding the pollution and the environmental crisis along the Tijuana River. Ms. Carroll.
Thank you, President Ugarte. Okay. It is my pleasure to speak to you tonight about a call to action that our Chula Vista Elementary School District students are going to be a part of, and such important work. So let me give you a little background information. The International Boundary and Water Commission has disclosed that more than 37 billion gallons of raw sewage, industrial effluents, and urban runoff have flowed into the Tijuana estuary and the Pacific Ocean via the Tijuana River and its tributaries in 2023. This issue is worsened by seasonal ocean currents, the Tijuana River watershed, and climate-induced weather phenomena. Residents of South San Diego are grappling with severe health, economic, and environmental repercussions. Closure of the Imperial Beach shoreline due to contaminated water has persisted for over 800 days, posing a significant concern as it offers accessible and inexpensive beach and ocean access to many historically marginalized communities in San Diego. The presence of untreated wastewater and sewage in the ocean presents substantial health hazards stemming from water, sand, soil, and airborne contaminants, prompting a boil water advisory lasting over 4 days in 2023 due to E. coli contamination in the drinking water. Children, including students in the Chula Vista Elementary School District, are at heightened risk of developing illnesses or infections following exposure to polluted water, often while swimming. Exposure to contaminated recreational waters can lead to gastrointestinal, respiratory, and skin infections, particularly affecting vulnerable children. The crisis has inflicted severe environmental damage, resulting in significant habitat loss due to sedimentation, restricted tidal exchange, and low oxygen levels that are adversely affecting marine life, such as fish, shellfish, and other wildlife. The coastal communities of South San Diego County are confronting an unprecedented crisis that necessitates intervention beyond local capabilities. So, along with adopting a resolution that you have in front of you that we are proposing for you to adopt, we also want you to know that as a school community, we have generated a CVESD Earth Day Writing Challenge for the Big Dump. And as you can see behind you, I'll tell you that our instructional services team are very proud of this particular wall. They worked very hard on replicating and giving you a graphic representation of the reality of some of the concerns that are out there. And as you can see posted on the pier under the light posts, there are just the beginnings of student writing. And so students are going to be challenged to write to the governor and to the president about this concern, again, calling for action. So our children are going to be in a writing challenge where the students in school are going to be writing letters. Those schools with the highest percentage of participants in 3rd through 6th grade are going to be receiving a school prize of a live event from our innovation team, which is very exciting. And so we are thrilled to be a part of this work ahead. And I'm really honored to be able to introduce you this evening to the producer, narrator, and lead writer of the documentary, The Big Dump. Mr. Brett Davis is here this evening. And Mr. Davis, would you like to come up and speak to the board about this important work that we are partnering with you on?
First of all, congratulations on your
Thank you.
promotion. Very well deserved.
Thank you.
Dr. Reyes and, of course, the board. I'd like to thank all of you and the great team for taking the lead. I'm a little partial to Chula Vista Elementary School District. I'm a product of this school district, and I still think it's probably one of the best school districts in San Diego. Nothing's perfect. There's always challenges, but I've got to tell you, it's I know a lot of people that have come out of this district that have done amazing things. But to get back to the ocean and the sewage, first of all, thank you for stepping up, because it's something that's been going on for years, and it's amazing with all the intellect and intelligence that we have in the city of San Diego and of course DC. We're still talking about this problem today. And now we're finding out that it's also very possibly, based on what UCSD is finding out, airborne. So you don't even have to go to the beach. You don't even have to walk in the sand. It's a very strong possibility, and we're going to be hearing more, that this could be going to the East County on certain days, as well as to the areas of San Diego that normally wouldn't go to the beach, the people. Not to even mention, now they're saying it could even be an acid rain effect on rainy days. We might be getting, when it rains down on top of us, when it rains, we might be getting some of the sewage in the rain in San Diego. This is crazy. It's not just, so I thank you for taking the lead, and this is a wonderful collage, something I've never seen before. It's just a beautiful and a very tragic situation that you've created. I think that it's going to take the school district doing what it's doing for people to finally wake up and the kids getting involved. I'm concerned about their health, as I am adults, but I just don't want to see something tragically happen. If anybody has not had a chance to see the movie, of course, it's called The Big Dump. It's up for an Emmy right now, so we're going to find out. I mean, even the fact if we don't get an Emmy, I'm ecstatic that at least they're looking at it, because I don't know if you've been listening to the news, we're hearing more and more things the last couple of weeks. Now the ocean is being affected all the way up to Encinitas now, so it's not just a South Bay issue. So I appreciate everything, and of course, Dr. Reyes, thank you for, and of course for Shell for taking the lead on this, and I got to thank my wife because she really is the boss. We all know that. You know, anybody that knows her knows that she's got a very strong influence on the film and everything that's been done. So I got to thank her for everything too. Thank you.
I move to approve the resolution.
I'd like to speak before.
Oh,
Yes.
sure.
Right. When I saw this item on the agenda, going through the agenda review with Dr. Reyes, and it really struck home because guess what? That was home. That's where I was raised. I went to Emory Elementary, Mar Vista Junior High. That tells you how old I am. Mar Vista High School. My sisters, my family, my grandchildren. That's where we started. We spread out to Chula Vista, but some of my family is still there. My sister had to boil water for 4 days. Not just for herself for drinking, but to bathe, because you have to, it's absorbed through your skin for her dogs. That's really bad. So I do thank you, Dr. Reyes, Mr. Davis, for recognizing and elevating this. And although this collage is amazing, it doesn't have the smut on it. Thank God it doesn't have the poop on it, because that's what's out there. It's horrible. But I did want to call out an article that I just read up because I follow it closely. On the 14th, SDSU News Team states, according to SDSU report, the pollution is not only highly toxic, affecting water, air, and soil, but it also poses health risks to vulnerable groups such as children, seniors, outdoor workers, and special populations, including pregnant women, antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and other serious pathogens of public health concern previously thought to be eradicated in California have been found in the polluted waters. According to SDSU report, the pollution is not only highly toxic, affecting water, air, and soil, but also poses health risks to vulnerable groups such as the children, like I said previously, the most marginalized of our children in our community. The study also confirms what should be obvious, which is that San Diego's health and community's well-being are being seriously and actively harmed by years of inaction on this issue. The IB Imperial Beach urgent care doctors have been sounding the alarm over the water quality and the effects it's had on respiratory and gastrointestinal issues. And that's just what's visible. What we're breathing in will be measured out here early, hopefully earlier than later. On this, I don't know that this is the appropriate time, President Ugarte, but maybe I'll just wait till you lead me in that direction. Besides the letters to our legislators, I'd like to propose that we move in the direction of actually working with some of the other line items that we have here to measure the air quality, such as at Harborside Elementary and possibly Juarez Lincoln, the most westerly schools, not only affects the children, the teachers, the staff, just the whole community, and use a control group, such as Salt Creek or one of the other schools that are further away, so we could measure and possibly even elevate that to the appropriate individuals. The work that Mr. Davis did is amazing, and it should not be ignored. I'm especially appreciative, Dr. Reyes, that you took the time, that you moved it forward, but that caused, as you remember the conversation we had last week, that this could be developed something, a study that really brings in all the different disciplines, from the involvement of being actively minded to writing to science, by the study that can be done, that can be rolled up and out to the appropriate individuals. I don't know if that requires a motion at this point or somewhere else. I know this is the resolution point, but you direct me.
Dr. Reyes, do you want to talk to that and then asking for that?
Sure. First of all, I do want to thank Assistant Superintendent Rochelle Carroll for her leadership in working to develop the lesson plan, the curriculum on this. Because yes, you're right. Students are going to be able to not just have understand what's happening with the environment, but also have advocacy for something that is really important for them, for their families, for the entire community. Also learn about different writing styles, about policy, about speaking and truly communicating and having a voice in the community. So there's a lot of different layers of learning. In regards to the study, so tonight on one of the board agenda items is to contract with a company that, for example, whenever we have an issue in, let's say, in a classroom or in an office where there might be potential mold, let's say, they go in and they test the air quality, etc. So we could, if it's approved, we could have them test the air quality at one of our most western schools and then compare it to one of our most eastern schools.
And that's why I pulled that other item on the people that, so I just think it's
if that's something that...
Absolutely.
Okay, yes, we can do that.
How does that work, President Ugarte?
He knows, and now that it's, as long as we approve the agenda item, he can give the directive to the staff to actually do that.
Working with Mr. Davis on this as maybe a later version of your big dump?
Yes. So, Mr. Esquivel, thank you.
Do you mind if I read the resolution? Or you go ahead? No, it's all yours, it's all yours, Trustee Fernandez. Go for it.
I want to thank Mr. Davis and his wife for being patient and bringing this to us. I want to thank former South Bay Union trustee Mary Doyle for also championing this effort, and the IB City Council, as well as Mayor Paloma Aguirre, taking this all the way to the State House and the White House and not accepting no for an answer. And today we are unified in also saying no. We won't take that no for an answer here. We want the funding to make our water and our air better. So if I could join you, you can take the first three, I'll take the next three. And
that's fine.
Yeah? Yeah, go for it.
Whereas the Chula Vista Elementary School District, the district, is situated in South San Diego County, California, including communities that border on the Tijuana River and southernmost portions of the United States, U.S. coastline of the Pacific Ocean, and whereas the U.S. International Boundary and Water Commission documented over 37 billion gallons of toxic effluent entering the U.S. through the Tijuana River during 2023, and whereas such wastewater pollutants spread throughout the Tijuana River and to adjoining natural areas, beaches, and coastal communities within the boundaries of the district. And
whereas these water pollutants have caused the Imperial Beach shoreline to be closed due to contaminated water for over 800 days, cutting off easy beach access for many of San Diego County's underserved and disadvantaged communities. And whereas the district believes further funding for infrastructure and mitigation are necessary for the health and safety of district students, staff, and surrounding communities. And whereas the coastal communities of South San Diego County are dealing with an unprecedented crisis that cannot be addressed locally. This urgent situation demands coordinated local, state, and federal emergency action.
Can I jump in on that one? Now therefore be it resolved. Section 1. The district requests that Governor Newsom proclaim a state of emergency in San Diego County and award all appropriate state assistance. Section 2. The district requests that President Biden proclaim a federal emergency declaration for San Diego County and award all appropriate federal assistance. Section 3. The district requests an increase of long-term local, state, and federal funding to address water quality infrastructure in the region. And Section 4. The district calls for action in local, state, and federal legislatures to increase spending for the health and safety for district students, staff, and surrounding communities by improving air quality. Move to approve.
second.
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4, 1 absent. Thank you again. I watched the documentary with tears and had to stop a few times and go back to it because just hearing the student voices in there, and I'm grateful that we took this when it was asked for above and beyond by creating the curriculum and the student advocacy. So thank you for what you did.
Thank you.
And I just want to say that if anybody has not watched it yet, watch it. I'm telling you, it's first of all, it's really, really well done. But more than that, it's truly a call for action. And so if you have you will not regret it. So if you get a chance, please watch it.
Where is it available?
YouTube.
YouTube. Thank you.
Also, there's a 37 minutes, but we actually did another one for 21 minutes.
Okay.
See both.
They're both very powerful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's okay to say poop.
All right, we're going to go back to the consent calendar in alphabetical order. Item B, adopt the Board of Education meeting minutes, regular meetings and special meetings. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes?
Yes, just really quick. There's the wrong date on the lower right-hand side corner above the agenda item. It should read March 2nd, 2024, not March 13th. Yes, it's a special meeting. Thank you.
This is an action item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bishop, seconded by trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4, 1 absent. Okay, now before, so trustee Dominguez Cervantes, because staff actually asked to pull this, we're going to have Mr. Romero call out the correction to the job descriptions, and then we'll go to your items. So, Mr. Romero? C, and it says you will call out the correction to job description, coordinator of parent engagement.
So with this job description, the district did a deep dive into how we can address the need for this position. We had flown it with an increase in pay and still didn't get a great response to our posting. So the position is now being shifted to a coordinator position to cast a wider net, get a stronger candidate. And as you've overly heard, the largest elementary school district in the state of California requires a parent liaison that can do some of that critical work to get our parents and community involved and working together.
And the calling out basically was that there was a change in there was a typo on the word coordinator, so it has been fixed. So we need to call it out that was fixed.
And that is letter C, it's C.
And I'm sorry, and also that it falls under the communications department. So that has to be the revision, that it falls under the communications department.
Where does it say
The
that?
first sentence, under the direction of the Senior Director of Leadership and Learning. So it should be under the direction of the Director of Communications.
Okay, so that is a change that
Yes.
needs to reflect. Okay.
So it falls under the Director of Communications.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and we're gonna go through your items, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, and at the end, after all of your questions are answered, we will move to either approve or however we want to make that motion, because it's all one item.
Yes.
Okay.
12C, approve or ratify human resources items A through P, subsections 12C, A, and B. Under new employment and reemployment, just one statement I wanted to make. I continue to express my concern that any of our staff is paid under $20 per hour. Some work with our most vulnerable children, behavioral special education, but McDonald's continues to outmatch us. Just wanted to make that statement. 12C, subsection CJ, promotions. In general, what's causing the delay in reporting? We have some going back to February.
Mr.
Dr.
Rao?
Reyes?
Thank you. So for some of our promotions, this is a great question. Oftentimes, our positions are changed due to the time takes us to hire a new employee. So if an employee comes in a position and we need to hire a person to replace them, if that is an internal position, we allow the department, like for example, a bus driver department who's going to be promoted into from a van driver to a bus driver, we need them in that current position until we can replace them. So that's a typical reason for one of our delays. Or someone who's going from, we had a position recently, I was going from our business department to our student cafeteria department, right? We needed to make sure that we hired someone before we could release them into their new position.
So, but some of these staff members, there's actual names that go back to February. I'm sorry, I'm not grasping that. So I don't want to pull out a specific person's name for obvious reasons, but there's several here that go back to February and early March. So they've obviously been doing the job since then, but they're only now being called promotions or such. So that's, I was just trying to get a handle, because this is small,
Yeah.
but what's causing the delays? Because I would have thought this would have shown up on our March agenda.
Yeah, and I think that's the goal, is to have it happen in concert with when the board meetings are taking place. But for various reasons, there are some delays that happen. So sometimes the manual process of our personnel action forms takes place. But yeah, the priority would be to have it in real time.
Okay. And CK, resignations. All resignations, of course, are concerning. But when we have 9 instructional assistants varying between behavioral assistants, special ed, and student attendance, it really continues to raise some flags here. So how are we doing with our exit interviews to get a grasp as to why they're leaving?
Mr. Romero?
Thank you. Yes, I mean, so we are grasping, at what we consider a regular amount. And as we've mentioned this, in past board meetings, although it is a large number, it's not necessarily different than anything we've exhibited in the past. One of the things that we have to really understand is that these positions aren't career positions.
Right.
A lot of times. Sometimes these positions are job positions. We actually do a really good job of promoting from within. And so sometimes we're the biggest blame for these people moving on, is they're taking positions within the district. One of our biggest competitors was our LEAD program, our after school ELOP program. where people were able to get significant pay increases by going into that, and a number of our lead positions, a majority of our positions are coming from our instructional aid. But there is just natural attrition that comes from that type of position. We've addressed it with salary. We've increased the salary. We've increased the wages of those employees. We've added additional hours. So we've been working really closely with CVCEO to make sure that we're addressing those small concerns. But it is a position that, if people are doing it, for a long time, sometimes they're always looking for a higher paid position in a different industry or within the district itself. I mean, we have people who regularly present, educators and leaders in our district that talk about their first job being an instructional aide. My wife, who's a neuropsychologist, her first job was an instructional aide at Smythe Elementary in the San Isidro School District.
Yours was the exception, I'm sure. But I just want to keep that on our radar, to watch for that, because especially they're dealing with our children that have particular needs, and someone's got to do that job if they're gone. So who is that? The other 12CP, which is under consultants, Circulate San Diego, California Office of Traffic Safety. I'm aware that we have a huge traffic issue that we've brought up before here on J Streets and the arterial streets that go off of J Street. We just have so much activity, and the majority is our activity. We have Hilltop here, then of course our sister school district here, Hilltop Middle School. Go up a little bit, we have Hillcrest. Go a little bit more, and we have Casillas and Chula Vista. So I know I brought this up before, but I really would like to see how our city council, and I know you were trying to reach someone, and I know that I've been told you'd meet with Maria, the city manager, and the mayor. We really need to do something there. I avoid that street coming here to our meetings. It's horrible. Something was posted on Nextdoor that someone showed me. A child was hit there, and it's just that the arterial street. So when they do those speed, well, they're not even driving that fast, but it's too fast when there's children involved. Kids are dashing through cars. Some parents are waving their kids down, and they're down the street, across the street. I don't know, speed bumps, flashing sign. We need to do a little bit more. So I'm hoping you can get that to the attention of our city council.
My next time with the meeting with the city manager, I'll be happy to mention that again.
I think trustee was going to say something in that effect.
Yes, you brought this up as part of the Circulate San Diego item?
Yes.
Yeah, so does this group do that kind of work? Because I got a concern from a parent around Loma Verde as well. Or is that just something that we would kind of give you a list and you go to the city and talk to them about that? How does that work?
Is that Oscar?
Usually working with the city of Chula Vista, they're in charge of all the streets outside our curb. So we have to work with the traffic engineer, have them come out and do a study of the specific area, and then they do an evaluation for the school.
But along those lines, they've done studies. I've looked at some of them, but they come and test when, yeah, they're under 20, but no, they're not looking at the congestion.
So just to clarify, this issue is a training thing for safety for our community, right? That's what this Circulate San Diego does. Is that correct?
Yeah, Circulate San Diego, it says provide free services on bicycle and pedestrian safety, right? So it's a training, it's free. That's what it looks like to me.
Correct. It's a free training that they combine. Basically, it's bicycle safety, pedestrian safety.
Gotcha. And I will say that we have previously had conversations with the city of Chula Vista
Yes,
around
but
traffic and safety.
I have, and I will
Yeah,
continue having
Mueller
those,
and some other
because
stuff,
the reality is this.
Yeah,
The
correct.
reality is that we, even though that's, we don't have that access to put a stop sign or anything there. It's the city, but our input and our voice does matter because we're the ones that have to deal with the traffic with the parents and the students, and our concern is number one, student safety.
100%.
Mhm. So the next one under consultants, MGT, EH&A Investor, LLC. I just wanted clarification. The quotes there, is that a per hour rate? I'm hoping, what is that? It doesn't say per hour on all the other consultings. They do call out a per hour. This one could just be a typo and not have per hour there.
Did you say at TNT?
MGT,
Yeah.
EH&A Investor, LLC.
Mr. Esquivel?
Yeah, that should be a per hour.
Okay, so we'll get that clarified. And I couldn't follow the last two sentences. I've read it and reread it, and again, if you could help clarify to me what those last two sentences are really saying.
Are you saying, I'm looking at it now where it says
Is it the
support
prior to
or
commencing
prior
work?
to, starting there?
The last two sentences of MGTEH.
The prior to commencing any work or project, the district shall issue a notice to proceed. Is that what you're referring to? Which shall include an authorization to commence specific work and a not to exceed amount for such work.
Mr. Esquivel?
Is that what
Yes.
you're talking about?
Mm.
So this authorizes the district to extend the date, and then we work with this company, MGT, to provide us with a specific service, and then we approve that service or not based on our review.
Thank you. TNT Consulting. Environmental monitoring, surveillance, sampling, and testing on an as-needed basis. This is what we were speaking about earlier, Dr. Reyes.
Correct.
So hoping that we can utilize that service to monitor the air quality in our most westerly schools. And it's true, I have family members on the west side and friends, and sometimes they have to close their windows because of the stench. But I understand now that it's flowing up north a little bit, so it'd be wonderful if TNT can be incorporated into this, hopefully this new study with the students.
Yes.
So, thank you.
So do I have a motion to approve item C?
Motion.
Second.
Moved by trustee Dominguez Cervantes, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. Letter D, trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
I received an email. I don't know when it actually came into my district email because I don't have access to my emails. So for anyone who's listening, I don't have access to my emails. I know someone sent me something. I can't read the text. I can't read the context. So someone took it upon themselves to send it to my personal email. And I'm pulling it for discussion. I don't know what. It showed the day that my colleague was not here, that she went before a group, a club for endorsement. So I don't know what that entails or what happens. So I will be abstaining from voting on that because I don't understand how that can be.
So I can explain. This is just to clarify for the people in the house here.
Actually, you're out of
Oh,
order
I'm sorry.
because you should be abstaining or recusing yourself.
So we don't have enough people to pass it then?
It's going to have to go to the next. Unless, are you?
Can
going
I
to-
speak in my own behalf?
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to protect you. It's a personal item, so if you speak on it, it's not in order. And if we all abstain, it gets tabled until the next meeting. Or no, it doesn't pass. Oh, we can't table. That's right. We need 3 to.
I believe I've been accused of fraud. I feel I have the right to respond.
I haven't accused anybody of anything.
Okay, I'm gonna make this caveat. If you speak and I can't, I can't prevent you from speaking, but I can only tell you that if you speak on an item that's of personal financial interest to you,
I will recuse myself once I speak. I don't need to.
That you wouldn't be recusing yourself then. That's the thing. You have to, before the item, you have to have nothing to do with the item, which is why when it comes up, when we're absent, we say we recuse ourselves. And then at one point I handed it over to the vice president last year when I was out so that he could make all of the motions and I had nothing to do with it.
One of the reasons it caused some confusion for me last month, Trustee Fernandez purposely made sure it was not on the agenda, and afterwards in board comments explained, he had plans, and this was a Saturday, so that made total sense, So I just didn't see the same thing happening.
Just to clarify, I missed a special meeting. I asked that they not put
Correct.
an item for an excuse, simply because two reasons. Well, one of them was it was my Little League's opening day, and I'm in charge of sponsorships. And then I was invited to another Little League to speak. And since I'm in the middle of a campaign, I don't want there to be any confusion.
Right. I respected that.
So
I think that's
for that, I did not ask for
confusion.
that to be put on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just trying to clarify procedure here. So because of Trustee Dominguez Cervantes abstaining, and because Trustee Bishop needs to not be involved in this, we wouldn't have quorum to be able to vote on this, and it fails. So, because we can't first and second, so.
My children are on my insurance. 100% of the money that I make as a school board member goes to my insurance. I make a whole $750 a month. I was sick. I have submitted the paperwork that I was sick. I have a doctor's note. I have the picture of my the prescription. I even have a note. I have a screenshot of reaching out to Dr. Reyes asking if I can do it virtually. While I was lying in bed, I lost 15 pounds from this illness. While I was lying in bed, because I had somebody be my proxy at a virtual meeting. I logged onto the meeting just to see what was going on while I was lying in bed. And if we are not able to approve this for me this month, then I don't have the money to make up the difference for the $750, and my kids are going to get kicked off their insurance.
I will help you pay that. I just can't have the board pay this.
Didn't commit fraud.
Okay, so just for the minutes, we have to record that the motion failed due to not being in quorum, and we need to continue on because the consent calendar can't be recessed in the middle of the consent, so we need to continue. Item, we need three, okay. Item E, and I believe this was also you, Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, right? No, this was it.
Trustee Bishop.
Okay. We can continue on if you would. I know that these are the resolutions. The E is the resolution. Let me read it. To adopt the resolution in recognition of classified school employees and designating May 19th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week in Chula Vista Elementary School District. Let me go to that. All right. resolution on recognition of classified school employee. Okay. I know Trustee Bishop, we're on this and you pulled it. Would you like to read the resolution?
As usual, I just wanted to acknowledge, rather than it just be on a consent calendar where we don't actually say what happened or what it is, that I wanted to acknowledge the things that we are doing. We can do it as a group, but I wanted to acknowledge that we are recognizing classified school employees. I wanted to do E, F, G, H, and I together. So I wanted to recognize that we recognize and we appreciate our classified employees. We designate May 19th to 25th, 2024 as Classified School Employee Week. I wanted to acknowledge that we recognize our teachers and designate May 8th as Day of the Teacher in our district. I want to acknowledge our bus drivers and recognize that on April 23rd, it is our School Bus Drivers Appreciation Day. I want to recognize our school nurses and recognize that May 8th is our School Nurse Day. I recognize our principals, and we designate that May 1st is our School Principals Day. And then the other ones I can address later, but I would like to move that we approve all of those E, F, G, H, and I together.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor of E, F, G, H, and I, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 absent. I believe J, K, and L were yours, correct, Dr.
Yes.
Mr. Miguel Cervantes? Okay, so we are now on to J, K, and L. Let me read them. Consider the proposed decision concerning the reduction of classified employees. Approve the services of final layoff notices to certain classified employees, and approve service of final layoff notices to certain certificated employees. And your questions or your comments, Trustee?
Yes, last month we expressed our concern over the intent to lay off such a large number and all out of one specific discipline, IT. I believe Trustee Tamayo had called it out at the special meeting we had early March. And we requested and all moved an intentional re-review of all other possible options. I'm just wondering if we had a report back or an update.
Dr. Reyes?
Ms. Romero, can you do me a favor, please share with the board regarding all the layoff notices, both, if you don't mind, Ms. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, if I ask for both the certificated and the classified, the certificated classified, where are we, and if what is the status? Where are we, and also in regards to her request?
Great,
And very
thank you.
specifically also, we had so many out of IT.
Right. So great, thank you for the opportunity to go into greater detail. So with our, I'll start with certificated staff because that's, I don't want to say an easier one, but one more that was more easily to explain. So with our certificated staff, we have members that were replacing other members, employees that are replacing other employees. So the actual reduction in staff is felt because of a reduction in our temporary employees that we have. And so there were no actual employees who were
Right.
rift, if you will. With our classified employees, we are already in the process of starting calling those employees back. So we've had a number of employees that have returned to their assignments and given opportunities to return. With the 6.8 employees with our computer support tech ones that you're talking about, we worked with our IT department, and we had only one employee who questioned the reduction in staff. So that one employee we went through a hearing process with that single employee. And so we're waiting the results from the hearing officer. That should be coming any day now. We requested the results by April 17th, but obviously their timeline isn't aligned necessarily with our board meeting timelines. But the rest of the employees accepted the reduction in either hours or position. So we only had one employee who challenged the process.
How did they accept it? In what capacity? They accepted what in lieu of their current position?
So there's opportunities for employees to go into different positions within the department. There's also employees who choose to go to the layoff process and collect unemployment. And all those employees, all the classified employees that were impacted, we offered the same professional courtesy to have either a hearing in front of an administrative law judge, and only one of the IT employees took us up on that offer.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. Item N, adopt the resolution designating the month of April as National Month of the Military Child in the Chula Vista Elementary School District.
Yes. The background information on that resolution speaks of parents should check their local bases for details. And I know Heritage and is it Maroka? Some of these other schools have identified that they have military liaisons at their schools. So maybe I just don't have a full picture. Do we not have multiple military liaisons? And I'm assuming yes, but you'll clarify for me. My thought is throughout the year for us to send links or resources to our military families in a newsletter, in a flyer, something that they don't have to go to the base. Have you guys ever tried to pick up medicine at the military base? Hours. It's just not user friendly. So for them to have to call the base for some resources, they give up before they even try because they've already attempted other things. But if we already have those resources and located somewhere that could be sent to the military families, especially, month of April's as the National Month of the Military Child, maybe not just for April, maybe just year round if we're supporting our military children, is just resources they can reach, phone numbers. We have even Ream Field at Imperial Beach. We have North Island and Coronado. We have 32nd. We have MCRD. We have Miramar. There's just so many resources that people can access. If that could be accumulated somewhere where, click, military, all the list of resources that could be really helpful to the families.
Dr. Ray?
Yeah, Ms. Casey, could you share what we're doing and then some of the things that we can do in addition, like Trustee Dominguez Cervantes is mentioning?
Isn't it Morales?
Or Ms. Morales?
I'm going to just talk a little bit about our military liaisons. We do have 2 in our district, and they kind of divide up our schools to support them. We also have many different ways that our principals engage with our military families by sending out special information, especially about the events that they have on campus. So for example, at Marshall, we're going to be adding a special event this year to pay honor to our military families. It's going to actually be pretty fantastic but safe, where we are going to light a torch and keep it lit throughout the day, and the students and their families are going to come and guard the flame. And so I give that as an example because we do have a lot of ways in which our principals are reaching out through also our military liaisons to connect with these families. What I can do after this meeting also is find out a little bit more information about maybe some of their access to resources that I'm not as familiar with. But I'd be happy to work with Miss Casey to provide that in a board update.
Thank you, yes, because when it said parents should check their local bases for detail, I know.
Yeah.
My husband sometimes wants me to sends me to go pick up his meds, and I'll go, are you kidding me? I give him a hootin' and over it. I go, you take the day off and you go over there and stand 2 hours. Of course, it never really works because he still works, so thank you. It would really help the families to have easy access numbers or resources, like live ones, like not just give numbers and say, assume they work. No, sometimes you call those numbers, they don't work.
Sharon, do you want to add something?
Yes, we actually do have a lot of military liaisons that support that work. So when we have students like on IEPs or parents are looking for resources outside of our school district, we set them up with those and they give them resources and connect them one-on-one. So there is a lot of that as well. I could actually give more detail in a board update for you.
Thank you. I mean, so we can get it out to the school districts. I appreciate you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 absent. Letter R, adopt the resolution designating April 2024 as National Autism Acceptance Month in the Chula Vista Elementary School District.
Thank you, President Ugarte. April is National, which one is it? R.
R.
April is National Autism Acceptance Month. As the mother of a child on the autism spectrum, I feel that there is a lot that people in the neurotypical world need to learn about children on the autism spectrum. I appreciate that we are designating April as National Autism Acceptance Month, and I hope that we can do more in our schools directly to help children learn about autism, what it is and what it is not. My child who has autism also has mental health issues and has had to be hospitalized. And I no longer have access to hospitals because we will no longer have insurance. I'm sorry. I move to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Vice President Fernandez. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries 4-1 absent. Item T, approve the award of bid number 2324-19, Alternative Transportation Service to Collaborative Student Transportation, LLC, Alternative Logistics Technology Hold Company, LLC, DBA Everdriven, First Student, Inc., and Nomad Transit, LLC, for the period of April 18th, 2024 through April 17th, 2025.
I actually pulled it and I do not have a question any longer. So if anyone else does not have a...
No.
Okay, I move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 4-1 absent. Item X. Approve contract with Power Schools Group LLC in the amount of $52,280.20 for Power Schools Suite for the period of July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. And I believe this was Trustee Bishop.
Yes. Power Schools is also the registration program that we use for our district. Is that correct? Yes. I just wanted to bring to the attention of the board, there is an issue in Power Schools that has been reported by other districts in which Power Schools updates in their database alternate names used by children if they are trans. And if they use a different name at school, then it is sometimes updated in Power Schools so that when the parent goes to register their child the next year, then the alternative name shows up, despite the California laws being against outing children. So I just wanted to refrain from voting on behalf of that until that is fixed with Power Schools. So I would like to abstain from that vote.
Mrs. Casey, do you have any?
So in our system, when a student self-identifies with a different name, there's a code that's put on that file so that parents don't have access, and so it's coded a separate way for us in our system.
Oh, okay, so we have created
Yeah, we
our own
can-
workaround for that issue?
Yes, we have.
Great, thank you.
That's what I was gonna ask, so.
Excellent, thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And you voted yes?
I did vote yes,
Thank
thank
you.
you for that
Um,
clarification.
Motion carries 4-1 absent. And item AA, approve and or ratify in-service travel requests. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, I just had a question for my colleague and the rest of you. I know Trustee Bishop is a delegate, so I'm just curious as to how often these away from San Diego trips are.
CSBA Delegate Assembly meets twice a year, every 6
Okay.
months, and we as a district agree to send that person when we get somebody elected.
I was just curious to see how often that occurs.
Twice a year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Vice President Fernandez, seconded by Trustee Bishop. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1. Okay, and I'm going to ask the board, do you need a break? We have no public hearings. I do need to read the item. And then we have 4 first and second reads that I'm hoping we can put together. They're all, I believe, based on, I can read them all individually, but I'm hoping we can put them together so that Ms. Casey can go through. And then it's board reports and communication. So do you want to take a break or do you want to power through?
Yes, please, ma'am, I need a break.
Okay, 10 minutes, or at 8:31, we'll resume. at 8:35 with Trustee Dominguez Cervantes, Vice President Fernandez, and myself, and Trustee Bishop is not in the room. All right, public hearings. The public hearing section provides the public with an opportunity to address the board on specific items. Persons wishing to address the board on any public hearing item must complete a request to be heard card and submit it to the recording secretary before the start of the meeting. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and speak in a respectful and professional manner. The board shall limit the total time for input on each public hearing item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public comments on each public hearing item depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. We have no public hearing items. Trustee Bishop, thank you for returning. Administrative action items, we have none. And then I want to double check. We have 4 policies for first and second read. And with your approval, I would like to read each item and then ask that we vote on them together so that Ms. Casey can address them all at one time instead of going one at a time. Okay, the first one is the first and second reading, possible revisions to the proposed revisions to the board policy 5030 on student wellness. The second is the first and second reading, possible revision, proposed revisions to board policy 5141.52 on suicide prevention. The third is first and second reading, possible adoption of the proposed adoption of board policy 5145.9, hate motivated behavior. And the last one is first and second reading, possible revision, proposed revisions to board policy 5146, married, pregnant, and parenting students. Ms. Casey.
Thank you, President Ugarte. So board policy 5030, student wellness. The USDA requires us to put their non-discriminatory statement on the board policy for wellness. So we added that statement. That was the only change to that policy. For board policy 5141.52, suicide prevention, the federal program monitoring auditor asked us to change the language in this board policy to say we shall, instead we may, collaborate with the county office for mental health support services. So that was the only change that was made there. The board policy 5145.9 for hate motivated behavior is a new policy that is a requirement from the federal program monitoring auditors. This policy is required for us to have, and it's required for us to have on our home page for access for parents to have. So that's a board policy we were missing and didn't have. So that's new. The next board policy is 5146, married, pregnant, parenting student. This policy was also required by the federal program monitor auditor. It was last updated in 2017, so we had to change the parenting policy and the rights of the pregnant parenting pupil in this policy. Those were the updates that were made to that policy.
I will entertain a motion to adopt these policies.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Bishop, seconded by Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All motions, all items pass, 4-1 absent. Okay. General information items, report calendar to the Board of Education. And we'll start with Trustee Dominguez Cervantes. Reports that you would like added.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Ugarte, President Ugarte, and Dr. Reyes for clarifying things for me when I do request. So the report or update, Dr. Reyes, you were going to meet with Supervisor, County Supervisor Nora Vargas in regards to the safety hazards surrounding Harborside Elementary. That's the one, and I'll read the rest. And if you could update us also on the meeting with MTS, which apparently last month you guys said it was scheduled. And it's connected to the same issue, the Harborside Elementary School. Those are
Okay.
the two items.
So with MTS, We had a meeting with the MTS. We shared our concerns, and especially regarding the fact that MTS sort of borders one of our schools, Harborside, and that a lot of our several homeless individuals linger around that area. They mentioned that they are in charge or they oversee anything within the limits of MTS, but they have no jurisdiction outside of MTS, and there's really nothing that they felt they could do regarding individuals, homeless individuals that are around that area, but they're not within the.
What's their extension? How far out do they go? 5 feet, 10 feet, the parking lot?
Yeah, Ms. Rescal, do you recall?
Yeah, it's just the landing on the transport vehicles and then just the railway areas. So it's a very limited area.
Okay.
And in regards to the meeting with Supervisor Nora Vargas, she did respond when she reached out. She didn't have a voice. She couldn't. She was sick, so she couldn't meet with me at that time. She did refer me to her staff. I can't remember the position, the staff, and we've been playing phone tag. So we've been. I've been calling and texting, and she has called back, but we have not been able to set the meeting.
Well, we look forward to that meeting happening.
Yes.
Thank you.
And just, we will continue to reach out.
Thank you.
Trustee Bishop, any reports? Vice President Fernandez.
All right. I think I got a tough one, but I know our cabinet can handle it. I would ask that staff take their time and review the use of AI by our students and our staff with the potential to come up with a board policy.
Sounds like you're on the policy committee.
But I will wait for recommendation from the staff. And I don't have a timeline on that, because I know there's a lot that goes into that, and I know there's a lot that you already do. Just, yeah, that's it.
Are you ready? I am going to make the request to the superintendent and the cabinet that you make it a priority for our displaced teachers, that you have a meeting and you inform the board of where we are so that we meet that deadline that's contractual, so that our teachers, our displaced teachers, are placed by that deadline. Mr. Romero, I would like a report on temporary teachers, not just the overall number, but how many at each site and how many years, if possible, each of those teachers have been temporary teachers. I think it takes a lot of courage, especially as a temporary teacher, to come and speak out. And I know the fear that some of those teachers have, because they do have concerns. They've been reaching out to me about their temporary status and about the things that were brought up tonight. And so I just kind of want to look into where we are numbers-wise.
President Ugarte, could that be a Friday
That could be a
update?
Friday report. That's absolutely. And then, again, I want to reiterate, just to say it again, and the timeline is just before we start school in July, how we are going to approach online safety with our students and any kind of instruction that we give them when using their personal and school devices. And that's all.
Are you talking about training or?
Yes, like any kind of educational piece, like
Educational,
we, someone, phishing, those kinds of things, because I think our students just need to be reminded that those things are out there.
May I step in, President Ugarte? On that same note, earlier in the school year, we spoke of this very same issue, Dr. Reyes, and we spoke about at teacher parent conferences. As remember, we spoke of that, where the teacher could present to the parent and also include that as, look at, these are the dangers. That's where you're going to get most of your attention. Many parents do show up to these meetings. If you could incorporate that, and I know a couple of teachers that went as far as creating their own links, safety links of trying to share that concern with the parents and how easily they're able to get around things. I know a temp teacher shared with me at one of the schools that I don't know how the kids do it. They're so smart. They were able to get around the, I guess you call them firewalls, and they were able to get through right to inappropriate YouTube things, you know. So this is bigger than a bread box.
Yeah, so what we can do is I can ask Ms. Carroll's department to create kind of like a one-sheet template for teachers to use with all the pertinent information and all the different safety guides, but also resources to be able to hand out to parents during parent-teacher meetings.
And so you don't have to recreate the wheel. I'm sure you have a lot of that stuff already, but there's parents already, teachers already out there that have created their own that you may want to ask them to send to you to see if you think they're appropriate.
And we actually do, our teachers utilize Common Sense Media, and so it provides resources for the teachers, for the students, and for the parents. So we will build
I think we need a little bit more than that, yes.
Well, the resources there, I think we need to maybe pull up and make sure that they are being utilized the way they've been designed. I think
Right.
that's,
Right.
it's not that they're not there, they may not be being utilized the way we would want.
Yes,
So we can
and
do
just,
that.
oh, here, have this, that's not good enough. The teacher needs to be able to call it out and review it as part of their parent-teacher conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Board communications. The members of the Board of Education communicate to the public. Trustee Dominguez Cervantes.
Yes, I attended the School Safety Parent Forum. It was, I think, a day after we had our last board meeting. And the classified reception, that was a lot of fun. And the International Baccalaureate. Thank you. I know I can always look to Kate to help correct me that. The Crusader World Travelers at Cook Elementary went to every single classroom, and you know, they have a lot to share. The students participated in that. They had an amazing pre-program. The kids were kids were singing. It's just so fun to know this is why you do this, you know. And I was also at the Purple Star designation yesterday with several of our cabinet and Dr. Reyes. Amazing program there. I also attended the District Advisory Council, the DAC, and the District English Learner Advisory Committee, DLAC, meeting yesterday. Presentation were made by their leadership, and of course our own Mark Kiemer, that I was floored by his presentation. All good, great fun. Thank you.
Trustee Bishop?
Thank you, President Ugarte. I was delighted well, obviously I missed the last meeting, but I was delighted to participate in the following things from the district since the last time you saw me. In the beginning of March, I actually was the book fair chair for for Clearview Elementary School. That's just a side note. Go book fairs, support book fairs, buy books. I got to read for Read Across America at Tiffany, Veterans, Silverwing, Camarena, and Heritage. Thank you to all of those school sites for inviting me in. It is literally my favorite thing to do as a school board member, to get to go to schools and read to kids. I apologize deeply to Lauterbach and Halecrest, where I was supposed to read and I got sick, so I had to cancel. I want to make up and make it there, so please reach out to me. I was very honored to be at the glasses distribution with my colleague here at Lauterbach. Kids that can suddenly see can actually learn. So Vision to Learn is a great program that we are happy to partner with. I was also delighted to attend the classified reception and the Cook International Baccalaureate World Traveler event. Those were excellent. So I wanted to give a quick report for CSBA. I did a virtual state legislative action week where I was able to do advocacy work on behalf of our district with Assembly Member Weber, State Senator Blakespear, Assembly Member Alvarez, State Senator Jones, State Senator Padilla. We were doing a lot of things at the state level for that, and bringing things to their attention that they didn't know. There was a state AB. Oh my gosh, now it's flown out of my head. I think it was 1353 that they had written, that the writing of it, the intent was to try and keep school board members from kind of going and doing things against the state guidance. And they wrote it in such a way that it would allow school board members to just vote off their colleagues, just because. So I brought that to their attention. I believe they're changing the wording in that, so that protects us. So that I just want to let you know that that was a thing that almost happened. And then, of course, I was able to attend the Coast to Coast trip in Washington, D.C. I just got back from that with AXA. The help me out, Dr. Reyes. AXA stands for is it Administrators Association of California School Administrators. There we go. Yeah. So Association for California School Administrators and California School Boards Association in partnership did an advocacy trip to Washington, D.C. I was very excited to go. I was disappointed that Dr. Reyes couldn't join us this time, but what we talked about in our meetings with our Congress members, and I was able to meet with both Congressmember Vargas and Congressmember Jacobs. But we did the following priorities, talking points. In special ed funding, of course, we were trying to get up to that funding for special education that was promised at the federal level for 40%, and we're about like 8 or 9% at this point. So we were pushing for federal funding to get that 40%. We were pushing for funding for preschool special education. We were pushing for broadband access to be continued for our kids that don't have broadband. All the COVID money going away, a lot of those kids are going to lose their broadband access. And simplifying the application process for E-rate program. I'm sure that y'all would appreciate that one. We addressed data privacy and cybersecurity to try and protect our districts from cyber attacks and our kids from kids' privacy. We definitely addressed the educator shortage. We were trying to get increased funding for educator preparation and development programs, as well as expanding the teacher loan forgiveness program so that our teachers can be unburdened by that. One of the big ones that we addressed was Social Security issues with educators. One of the problems with STIRS is that if you work in a job before it, or if you have a spouse that gets Social Security, you actually don't draw on that Social Security when you're collecting your STIRS, or you just don't have access to the Social Security that you're owed. So we were supporting HR 82 and Senate Bill 597, which would both repeal the government pension offset and the windfall elimination provisions. So that was one of our asks. And there was a rural program thing that doesn't really affect our district, but we were also trying to help out our small schools in the rural areas. But I would love to answer any questions that anybody has about the Coast to Coast trip in the future. Not now, everybody wants to go home, but I really appreciate your support in getting to go on that trip and advocate on behalf of our students.
Before Trustee Fernandez goes, I do want to add that rural bill actually does affect our urban area, because there's an attachment that is pushing CTE permanency that they're going to look at. So that's something that's coming down the line. Just to make sure that
Great.
The rural, yes, they're going to tie the rural and the CT for some reason they're going to attach CTE teacher permanency to that rural bill.
I would imagine some of our schools in 92154 actually are designated as rural.
Great. Trustee Fernandez.
All right, so I had a chance to represent the district, this fine district, at the Las Mañanitas breakfast for the Chavez Service Clubs. It's a fundraiser breakfast, but it also highlights all the work going on around the schools in the county that have these clubs. We have some here in CVSD, and we could always use more. I finally got to visit the sound station today. I wasn't at the opening because I had COVID, but I got a chance to see what the children were getting into with the different with the different engineering problems and just making music. They were having so much fun. And what impressed me was, of course, that all of the challenges that they were engaging in were at their level. They provided them the tools to actually make music, and that's what they were doing, right? It's not like they just give you a guitar and you don't know how to play a guitar. There's actual like instruction and help that goes along with it. And then myself and Director Bruder and the teacher there, I forget his name, we got a chance to kind of nerd out and ideate on where we see that station going. I was pleased to see in the board update that there was information about Harborside and addressing the academic concerns there. I am a bit more than concerned that some of those teachers that chose to self-transfer feel misled, and I would like that to be addressed and put in a subsequent board update, please. And lastly, I was struck by a comment today from the public that our LEAD programs cannot address poor decision-making and poor behavior, and I think that that's a false statement. Although LEAD is not the answer, is part of the solution. I've seen when you integrate SEL standards into after-school programs can absolutely change a student's behavior and decision-making process. So I just wanted to address that as well. And congratulations to our newest assistant superintendent, Rochelle Carroll.
All right. I mean, it was the board meeting immediately after, just a couple days after, was the classified reception, and that was fun, getting to celebrate our classified employees, so I was excited that I got to attend that. I look forward to being able to go out Saturday and do the walk for autism with all of the participants, and then all of the events that are coming up. I do want to point out that a lot of my work as a trustee happens before the hours of 7 a.m., taking phone calls from teachers, classified, and after hours. I was able to, in my capacity as with community schools, get to go out to Feaster Charter and visit there. And see what their programs are about so that we can continue to expand on work on our community schools in collaboration with all of the districts in the South Bay. And so now it's Dr. Reyes's report.
Yeah, first, like always, I want to thank everyone who's doing the work every single day, our principals, our teachers, our classified, everyone at the district office. I know that you work tirelessly every single day, and you make a difference. I also want to mention that today and tomorrow, well, today started our first half of the 7th annual VAPA Festival. And tomorrow, obviously we couldn't be there tonight, but tomorrow, if you get a chance, I can guarantee you'll be amazed. It's going to be at 5 o'clock at Chula Vista High School. And it's worth seeing. You can see all our students at their best, playing instruments and singing and dancing and performing. Also, the Autism Acceptance Walk. It's going to be the first time that is done at Rogers this way, and they've been putting a lot of effort into preparing. The principal is truly committed to making sure that she makes a difference, and she is supportive of all students, especially students that have different needs. And so the Autism Acceptance Walk will be this Saturday at Rogers, and I hope I can see all of you.
Sorry, Dr. Reyes, what's the time on that?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, okay. By the way, at 9 o'clock at Wolf Canyon Elementary is the Math 24 competition.
Okay.
Got a busy Saturday, huh?
Yeah, and then on Saturday also, we have the, what is the name? The Adelante Mujer Conference. Also, where we're going to be taking several of our students to UCSD for a day of workshops and motivation and different things to motivate them and help them grow. Okay? Thank you very much.
The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Chula Vista Elementary School District will be held on May 22nd, 2024 at 4 p.m. for closed session and 6 p.m. for the open session. Do we have a motion to adjourn
So
this
moved.
meeting?
Second.
Moved by everyone, seconded by everyone.
I
All
think it
those
was
in
Fernandez,
favor?
and we'll give it to.
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Did I hear Trustee Bishop say aye?
Oh, I said aye. I said
Okay,
aye so hard.
4-1 absent.